Oh, 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 already got cats crawling all over me. It's cold, isn't it, kitty? Yeah. Nani? 映ってない。No? Wife's worried if she's on cam or not. It is a cold morning. I meant to look and see what the actual temperature was. Got down to 4. That's cold. Just kind of getting started here. Unity is up. Let's see if my VS View is... Oh, VS View works today. That's nice. I'm not seeing Discord. What happened to Discord? That's weird. Discord didn't auto start up. Got some minor problems carrying on from yesterday. Let me just post this real quick. Let people know we're streaming. Cats are awake. Going crazy behind me. Alright, so I think we can go ahead and open up the bug tracker, but somehow... Oh, they're back. Good. I lost all these tabs yesterday. I was bummed. I don't know what happened there. We left with these to work on. And I got a player. I'm not muted, right? I'm not muted, okay. I muted myself so many times now. I got a player who been helping me out. Right, pointed out that one of the storehouses, you can't see that, right? On our Linux server, the very first one at the start is not grabbing... I mean, the storehouse looks like it works, but it's not filling up with anything. So I need to download the save file from there once more, because the storehouse looks like it's working fine. So I'm just going to create an archive. Bring it back down here. I think I've already got one. Here it is. Let's just delete that. I want to do a copy and a paste. It's awesome that you can do that through remote connections. It's only 2.6 megabytes, despite a lot of play. It's on like day 3,500. I'm just gonna shut the server down. Doesn't look like there's anybody on it right now. I'm not gonna shut it down. I'm just gonna close the connection. And let's overwrite. I honestly just don't care about it too much. I'm gonna extract it here. And I guess we're gonna start up our shadow copy so we can test it in multiplayer. Once again, I haven't eaten my cereal yet. Sorry about this. It's the time manager here that sends move time forward. And I know this is working because there were other storehouses that were filling up. So for some reason, just that one is not filling up. Let's see. I think I want to go here. I'm just gonna go per town. Okay. So I think I'm gonna say if Solace.number is equal to 0, debug log, something like this. I don't need to do it right there, but let's do for each town gatherer holder. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do it here. Say Solace 0. Move time forward 4, and then we'll say tgh dot building type. So we know that it's triggering them. What's the problem here? If sol number. Yeah, let's just do Solace numbers directly accessible here. We're only looking at that first one for now. Turn the light on a little there. And then it's gonna call new hour, and now in here it's gonna try and grab the storehouse. So I'm just gonna say storehouse is not null. That could be the problem. It's just not saving the storehouse properly. Failing that, let's say resource found on what do we got? I can say building type. Go. Resource found on building type. And again, this is going to go into the storehouse. I don't really want to watch that quite yet, because that's going to trigger for every Solace that's in the game right now. in this save anyway. Kind of just want to be watching this first one for now. So we'll see if we can spot something funky here. First of all, did you compile? So we're going to start the server up. And we will likewise start the client up. Get my kitty mitts on. Now we're just gonna wait. That's gonna be on the server, and it should have just happened 9 o'clock. Loading storehouse. Loading Malcare. I'm gonna let that sit until 10. But, oh. Well, it helps if you save everything, doesn't it? Moving time forward. Storehouse is not null. So, everybody does it. Think that the storehouse is null? Is that what's going on here? It's probably impossible to see on stream, but we're at 9:40. Every hour that goes by, it should add like 10 wood into the storehouse. $9.50. Interesting. So it's not even making it to here. So, first step would have been to see this going off, but storehouse.building looks like it's empty. Town storehouse holder is serializable and stored on the town, which is again the Solace, and we have talked about making that a scriptable object so that we can see the data. Because right now it is a singleton, and there's no way to look at it. Well, I'm just gonna have to test when that goes off, I guess. Let's try. Moving the mic a little bit. So when a new thing goes off, and we're not null, well, we might as well do it here. I'm gonna say debug log, and we want to do this guy, huh? If Solace number equals 0, storehouse is plus storehouse, and I'm just gonna try to get deeper and deeper. Storehouse is storehouse dot building type. Storehouse is storehouse dot building dot, and this is gonna be town building storehouse. No, who stores the actual storehouse? Is a town storehouse. It's town storehouse holder. I think that's what this guy is. Town storehouse. Let's double check that. He is a town building, correct? So I'm just going to try and cast him to this town storehouse and then say, you know, does he know his storage slots or anything like that? There we go, number of crates. So, those are probably gonna break somewhere for some reason. And we need to figure out why. Start the server up, start the client up, take a sip of coffee. First sip of the morning. Body knows what that is. It says, hell yeah. So yeah, we're starting right before 9. So once again on the server, I'm gonna hit clear, and 9 o'clock. It's triggered, and it hasn't done anything. Move time forward. It's gonna go straight to here, and I put those all at the beginning. That absolutely should have fired. Time manager is running. How did that not fire a single thing? Alright, I'm gonna have to put a debug in here. I'm gonna poke at its internal data just to see. Not gonna show me public static daytime, day count, time manager. What? What am I looking at here? Daytime, day count, time paused, time manager, time paused, day display. Where's my daytime and my day count? You're not gonna show me those? I'm confused. Time paused is first. Right under that is daytime, day count. My mind is blown. They're public. They should be totally visible. In any case, 10 o'clock just rolled around. Still nothing. I'm gonna look on this guy's manager. Time manager. Why is there no... Why are you not letting me look at those values? Sun is up. I can see that. Sun is up. Sunlight set up. Why is there no daytime? It's weird. Anyway. Let's shut that down. Public, oh, these are static. I guess so. I mean, everybody has access to the time manager. That's kind of silly. Who needs that? Time manager day count. Everybody's looking for it properly, other than the time manager. Player environment, likewise. There's no reason for these to be static. I'm not creating instances of the time manager. It's weird. Anyway, it just looks like, all in all, this is not triggering for Solace. Number 0, which again, that makes no sense, but if sol.number equals 0, this is new hour for Solace 0. Triggering, and let's go ahead and just say what? Sol.town, and yeah, we'll just leave that like that, so it should print out at least town or something, not null. And I saved everything right. Static field, time manager, day count. I guess they weren't. Just go ahead and do player script controller dot client dot managers dot time manager. It's the same thing. And they only do this when they turn on. Minor inconvenience. Let's go ahead and move this down a line. Oh no, kitty! Sad kitty in the background. That looks fair. What's the matter, kitty? Player environment. Not sure why. Somewhere, somehow, I thought that that was a great idea. It does make it a little easier, and there are certainly never multiple instances of those values, but we don't need them static. Hi, Pee-Pee. What are you doing? Come and say hi. Look, say hi. It's Pee-Pee Jam. Pee-Pee Jam. What are you doing? Looking for a lap? You're gonna get real tired in like 10 minutes. I bet. Just don't knock my cereal over. Nobody. Oh, we've got 2 kitties approaching the cat cam bed. Might be that time of day to sleep for 9 hours. Look outside a little bit first. See the world. I thought it snowed this morning. The clouds were so white. Looked like it was white outside. I was like, oh god. New hour. Triggered. New hour for Solace 0. It's got a town. But it didn't get past that. Did not even get to here. And that's just weird. 'Cause this didn't say null. This went ahead and said town. New hour for Solace 0. Town. Let's do town name. I mean, I'm standing here. There's a town. We haven't named it. Should we name it? We can name it. Starter Solace. Yeah. This is number 0. We've got a storehouse. It recognizes that. It shows the green. Stored resources 0. But there's a lot of different variables that get saved into there. I'm going to wait until the clock goes up just a little bit more before I save and close the server. It's up to 9:40. So this should throw an error if it can't find that name. I don't know why it wouldn't. But then we're getting if Solace Town does not equal null, which of course it doesn't. We're going to move time forward, which should trigger all of these, unless the town Solace numbers are not getting set up properly. Let's look at that. Solace Town name plus Solace Town dot number. Solace number. I suppose that's probably not a widely used. No, that is pretty widely used. That should definitely be correct, and it's a problem if it's not. Get those compiling. So I'm gonna give it the name and the number, and then we're gonna move forward, and it should say Solace number equals 0, and then give us all this data on the storehouse. It's not even getting that far somehow, though. Start the server up again. Poor kitty, what's the matter? I clicked the button. Oh, this is the client. Start the client up. Server's up, ready to go. Loves those plastic bags. Server side. New hour for Solace. Yeah, the town is marked as -1. Now that is just not nice. Is that a normal thing? When does that happen? And how does that happen? Time Manager is going to be looking at all of the Solaces. So I'm going to go ahead and go through here and say if the town is not null, debug log Solace number plus sol.number, comma, town number plus sol.town.solace number. Because that's just not nice, and that's not even particularly, I don't have to start the client up. That's just the server running in the background. So he's set to auto reconnect infinitely if I don't stop him there. So I'm just going to start the server up, and I still don't think that should affect resource gathering, but that's obviously a problem nonetheless. the buildings might not be properly assigning themselves when added or something like that, because the Solace number isn't set up properly. Let's go ahead and clear. We're at 951, 953, 956. Town number for everybody is -1. So apparently that just don't matter. But there's sure a lot of stuff. Yeah. Current town dot Solace number. Unlock crafting recipe. Withdraw. There's a lot of stuff that's trying to use that. Town data, current town, new town, if Solace number equals 0. Yeah, I don't like that. Let's reinforce that. Save world data holder is where Solaces are stored. They're global. Not in the save, but in the load. As we go through the Solaces, if the town is not null, I'm not particularly setting it anywhere. I'm just gonna double set Solace. Solace.town.number equals Solace.number. And that's quick and simple right there. Are we just not copying? Did I like mess up where we do the copy as? Method, where is that? Town. Because there's a town copy as new. Where is that? Copy as new. Solace number. It is trying to grab that properly, so I don't know where that went wrong. And again, I don't believe that that is our problem. But anyway, that should help the debugs trigger properly now. So let's do in fact log the client back up so he can look at the storehouse. So I'm going to load the server. And once he's going forward with himself, I'm going to start loading the client. Hi, beep beep. Here we go on the server. Salt 0, town number 0, town, storehouse. Storehouse has 3. Moving time forward, minor. Everything debugged this time. And now we still don't have anything in our storehouse though, see. So let's just go ahead and close it down. Went through and it found all the Solaces properly this time. I don't think all of those are supposed to. If the town is not null. Yeah, I mean you can just start one up anyway. Even if there's no. It's just a holder if there's nothing built on it. So that's fine there. So now our stuff is triggering. Time manager. We got that going fine. And we get all the way to here. Solace number here. Solace storehouse is not null. That's the big question. I think somehow the storehouse has been improperly stored or something like that. Solace number 0, town 0. Storehouse is town storehouse holder. Storehouse is storehouse. Storehouse has 3. So those all triggered. Storehouse is not null. That did not trigger. First thing that happens is we get into here. So it found the storehouse. Solace 0 moving time forward for Solace 0 moving time forward for logger. Now after that, new hour passing in the storehouse. If storehouse equals null, return. But we didn't get here. Storehouse is not null. That never showed up. But prior to that, storehouse is storehouse. Storehouse. We're trying to test building here. Okay. Which I did here. Storehouse building. I used it. I checked the number of crates. That properly delogged as 3. Storehouse has 3. So we know the storehouse dot building is not null. We pass to the miner. Should I be casting that properly? Storehouse equals null, return. Like I say, this works on most places. It's just not working on this 0 for some reason. Right here, it just thinks it's a storehouse. Because this storehouse is the town storehouse holder. Its building is, of course, a town storehouse. Again, we checked here that it works. We're sending it straight forward here. We don't even need to cast there, do we? It is not a generic. Storehouse has 3 crates. If this works, if we can make it here, that means the building is proper. Plus, what is this? We need to close the debug. And then moving time forward for that if Solace, if connected to Solace numbers, so this isn't working either. That's the problem, huh? Does that matter who uses this? Town gatherer. New gatherer, copy, if it's not actually used anywhere, is it? Interesting. It seems like a good idea, but nobody actually uses it. It's not part of the town building parent class either. And really nobody uses that. Except for the copy. And they're probably all set to -0 because nobody's ever setting it. So we can't use that. That's fine. We'll just do this. Debug log. Storehouse is not null. And let's look at the resources that we are finding. I'm gonna go say, have a good date with my wife. Some days she works later than others. Hey. So let's start the server up. Hey, kitty, I'm gonna rub on the mic. Yeah, that's a good kitty. Hope that doesn't sound really weird. Purr into the mic. Start the client up. Huh? ああ、いいよ。うん。じゃあね。いってらっしゃい。ばあちゃん行っちゃダメだって。ばあちゃん行っちゃダメだって。This guy tries to escape whenever my wife leaves, so I'm gonna hold him here. And oh, he's making a run for it. Indoor cats. Wait for it. I think she made it out safe. Let's see what we got. Storehouse is not null on a bunch of these, but we're looking at Storehouse has 3 crates. Solace 0, moving time forward for logger. Storehouse is not null. So it's not grabbing any resources. If storage remaining equals less than or equal to 0, get remaining space. How are you doing? Get max stored amount, number of crates times 100. Correct. What was the other one? Current stored amount. Look into everything. Let's just go ahead and add a debug there because we don't know where things are going wrong. What's the matter? Debug log dot storage is full. Meow. What? Could also be that we're not getting any resources. If resource contains, this is based on the biome. Storehouse is not null. Biome is, let's double check what the biome is. Oops, want to turn these off. Reboot them. Gonna get these two starting up, and I'm just gonna go churn some things off. I'm 99% sure that my wife left on. Yeah, the bedroom heater set to 27. That's ridiculous. Hi, kitty. 3 crates. Moving time forward for the login. Biome is null. So there's our problem. This town does not know what it is. And is that as easily... What we gotta lick the mic for? Biome says grass right here. Who is passing you that bad information? Biome is null. New hour, that's coming from the town, right? The biome. Sending you the biome. Moving time 5 forward for here. Plus, let's just double check here as well. Biome is plus biome does the Solace store that as well? Solace does not actually store that, so that's good. It should just be here, and I think the world data holder even had like a check for that, didn't it? When we load all the Solaces, if the tier storehouse, we're not actually checking biome data, but just to be extra sure here, let's go to, not there. When we open the town UI, we request that town data, which we've seen a lot of recently, and that's actually not within the UI itself. That's under, it is under towns. It's under player town buildings, down at the bottom here. Maybe way at the bottom. Reposition, no. Looking for where it sends the town data. Upgrade, craft, unlock. Where was that? When we open this up, if we're not... Oh, it's been player Solaces, that's right. Request town data. Solace.town equals town, and I want to debug.log town received from server with biome plus town.biome. Because, I mean, when we opened the town window, it properly said grass there. But these guys, they don't have their own biome or anything that they keep track of. They should be using what's passed to them. And he was using null. That's going to result in him getting... I don't have access to any resources at all. What's up, Lucian? Is there... Oh, I wish there was a way to see biome before placing Solace. Yeah, I definitely will add, and maybe we could do that today. Do you think, like I've imagined adding something down sort of by the player stats. Yeah, there you go. That would do it. Alternative would be when you start a new building, you know, when you place the first foundation, put a little put a little notification somewhere right there that says that. F4 is what gives these the XYZ value. Or like I said, I was thinking maybe you could do it like right here, starting a new structure, and then say biome grass. That wouldn't necessarily be true, you know, if you built here and then you built way over here and placed your Solace down over here, you might cross over and do a different biome. Modular armor equipment system. You mean like what? You can take stuff on and off, if that's what you mean. And there are different sets of armor. There's probably, I don't know, 12 different sets of armor right now. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I randomed this guy, and I don't know why his mouth is always open. He's always doing this. Ah. He's kind of a zombie guy. But yeah, that's a whole nother can of worms there. Biome is grass. It didn't do that. Oh, and it does that in multiple places. But, thank you for the like. Storage is full in a whole bunch of other towns. Thank you for the follow. For the modular armor system, I'm using UMA. This is specific to Unity. And actually, they just had a big update yesterday or the day before that I need to put in. But yeah, this is... and you can do it by hand. Their system is... it's nothing fancy, honestly, you know. To do it, you just need to... let's see. You need to weight the bones. So you've got your character in your T-pose. You've got your armor piece that you want to put over him. And it's snowing again. My nemesis. And you just need to weight the bones to the skinned mesh. And then when you scale the bones, it'll scale the skinned mesh. I know it snows everywhere. It'll snow in the desert. It's really bothering me, but I'm trying really hard to ignore it while we fix this stuff. But it drives me nuts. It's literally driving me nuts. Biome is null. There you go. It's a feature. It's not a bug. Storage is full. Storehouse is not null. Biome is null. So all the biomes are working everywhere else except for this guy somehow. So let's see how the biomes are initially set up. I believe this happens when you place the Solace itself during the construct command using a simple get biome call, which this is actually looking at the splats itself. Find the winner. So it's not the easiest call in the world. We're not talking nanoseconds here, but it's still pretty simple call. And there's not a whole lot of reason it needs to go through this 10 step, but again, that's tiny thing. The only question is, I'm gonna time that once. So we can turn off some of the debugs that we've got going. We know this is all working as intended. Somehow our biome has gone null. And that is unacceptable. Did we have any other time manager? Whoops, don't want to pin you. No, you're fine. This game is multiplayer. We are testing multiplayer town storehouse functionality right now. We've got the official server, and then we've got a dude named Fletch that's super awesome, has been hosting a beta server for us for months now. Currently beta and live are running the same branch as we try to squash these bugs. So let's get rid of those now. If we want to call, if the biome is null, can't really do that here. I use mirror for networking. Highly recommended. I'm actually using a pretty old version of mirror just because it works and I don't want to mess with it. Where should I update that? Like when the Solace itself comes on. I don't think the Solace even has anything like that. But yeah, Mirror is basically Unit, which was Unity's old networking language that they abandoned. And there are known bugs in Unit. It's really a shame that they would do that. There's things that they know don't work. Yeah, and so Mirror kind of just took up after them. They use the exact same naming convention. Stuff's, just a little bit different here and there. So you can actually follow Unit tutorials to learn Mirror, because the naming convention and the use and everything is almost, it's like 98% the same. Yeah, pun is kind of necessary if you're going to do cloud scaling, which is important for like mobile games that are doing like multiplayer tower games and stuff like that, because they have that built in. You have to pay for it, of course, but that's really, really hard to set up yourself with just like, Amazon scaling servers, and you can do it. But that's really the reason that pun exists. Mirror is much better for this kind of thing where you're doing local hosting or dedicated servers or things like that. And there's other solutions too that some people love, but I definitely wouldn't use pun for server to client, this kind of server setup stuff. So I want to look at the Solace building itself. Yeah, survival games are pretty hot. They're hard to get right, I think, is why. There's a lot of people making them in a lot of different ways. Interactable Solace. So maybe when this dude turns on, let's say Solace equals Solace data dot get Solace by number, which is gonna be you, not that, number, and then if Solace dot town, they're not null. Solace dot town, but yeah, it should never be null. Solace dot town dot, right, because in the world data holder we do that check. If Solace town is not equal null, I guess we do a check there, huh? Pretty sure it's never null, but let's go ahead and be safe. If Solace town does not equal null, next to the compass, could do that. It kind of comes down to, yeah. Let me open the game up here once and we'll look at where to put it. If solace.town.null and then and solace.town.biome is equal to biome.null. In this case, I want to go ahead and set solace.town.biome equals that get biome, and let's just do transform position. So in this case, we're gonna, only in the case that it finds, let's go ahead and do this too, just because this is such a rare call. If Solace does not equal null, and Solace town does not equal null, and the biome, yeah. I only want to do this on the server too. This is in fact a if not is server. Go ahead and return. So there we go. Okay, and that should fix our problem. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking of. Have it like be above the cold health bar kind of thing. So just have like a little display over there that says where you are, or maybe even the building menu would be kind of nice to just be there all the time. And when I get to messing with the snow, I want to get the weather so that it's not so, right now we've got cloud 1, cloud 2, cloud 3, foggy 1, rain 2, rain 3, storm, snow 1, snow 2. I want to get off of that and have it be elevation based and distant, or like location noise based kind of stuff. So, and that's not going to be hard to set up, but I'll show that on stream when we get there. I use Enviro and it's great. It's just that I use their packages. Where are they? I think it's profiles, weather presets. Yeah, I think there's more than this. Prefabs, internal. But basically, they have these preset weather. So there's like rainy weather, and then it's got sky color, wind amount, rain amount, fog color, fog distance, sky blending, all kinds of great settings. But I'm kind of letting that all go just off of those profiles right now, and I'd rather give it a much more modular procedural approach. We've been standing here for a minute, so I'm going to assume that this guy is now harvesting properly, as he is, so that bug is fixed. So that's great. I'm going to just go ahead and write that down because I forget what I did all the time. And I got a doctor's appointment today at 3:15. It's not for a long time, but I'm Don't want to forget that. Fixed rare case where town biomes could go null, causing storehouses to causing gatherers to stop gathering. So let's go into full screen here, and that's just a Unity error, doesn't matter. So we could put it right above the kilometer dealy here, just say, you know, grass, desert, whatever. The compass we do want to expand someday to take up more like half of the top and start adding like, you know, hey, there's a Solace in this direction. You see how quick the weather changed there? See, that's because I'm just using those presets, and it just jumps to a different preset. And I really like Enviro. The quality is really good, but seeing the winds just going nuts. It's obviously a storm. I want to control all of that stuff a lot more manually, so that for one, it transitions in and out of weather patterns much more smoothly, and two, because currently we're not doing any sort of checks like, oh, we're in the desert, maybe we shouldn't be raining, you know, stuff like that. So that'll actually come in hand with the constant biome checks. So let's go ahead and do that right now for fun, because that's been something people have wanted for a long time. F3, F4, F5, those are all down there. There's nothing that goes there ever. Let's get rid of the rest of those debugs we tossed in there. Oops, clicked the wrong one. Don't want my shadow solution. I'm going to turn you off. What is this? Set up procedural area. Something's already all set. Yeah, we can just comment those out. Oh, they made it to the... We got all four on the cam. There we go. Just the tummy. Just the tummy over there. I started working on this in, I want to say, 2017. It was still kind of just a concept at that point. I started learning how to program in 2012 from nothing. And that was, you know, while I had a full-time job, so I'd just come home after work every day and clank away at Unity, which was a lot of fun. I used to do a lot of Minecraft clones and stuff like that. By the time I got to about mid 2017, I started to actually make, like before that I was making games where it was just crafting. So you'd like hammer metal, and there's a couple of games like that on Steam now, you know, where you're like the alchemist or you're the blacksmith for the town or whatever. But I realized that for me, the actual reason that I like to craft in games like World of Warcraft or whatever it might be, is because I like to use my own stuff, you know? I like to be wearing armor that I made. So I've actually never played Dark Age of Camelot, sadly. There's just too many games out there. But so I decided I was going to make a crafting RPG, and that's a big step, let me tell you. We can use this. I'm thinking that there might be a better way to grab the biome based on our location, because we've already got all of that math stored in the procedural terrains that we are walking across. Wireframe dungeon games. I'm not familiar with that. I think the oldest game I can remember is like Drop Copter. Back on the old Mac, they had those like little square box computers that are like number crunchers in elementary school. Oregon Trail. What else did we have? Castlevania. There was that sort of like space game. I've seen it before. I think it was called Continuum back then. Where you had like gravity wells. Yeah, we used to play, the Atari came out eventually when I was like 7 or something, but we were playing games. We were playing mono-color games before that. And text games too. The Uncoolian Adventure. I never played any of the original Zorks. I played some of the later Zorks. But so our procedural terrains already have our terrain biome map stored. We should write a method to quickly grab the actual biome at a given position, because we can access these easily. Self-destruct, undestroyed, terraform. Let's see if we can't do something like public biome, Solace Crafting biome, get biome, and I'm gonna feed it a let's say vector 3 world position. So first step, we want to convert the world position to a local position. Local position equals transform dot converts position from local space to world space. We want to go inverse transform point world position, and now we want to take the X and Z and find where we're at in the terrain biomap. This is a vector 2 terrain biomap. I kind of forget how this is organized. Why is there a biome here? Does somebody use that? Noise manager chunk XC. Who's using that? I don't think anybody's using that. Why would anybody use that? Find all references. Get biome. Find all references. Data.biome equals get biome. Chunk get biome data. That's important for chunks. This is silly though. Terrains don't have a specific biome. Let's get rid of that. You, sir, are silly. Now, we've got a local position. We've got a, like I say, this is just a confusing bit here. It's a vector2 array, and then in that are more vector2s. Let's go look at that. Terrain biomap. Get terrain map. Oh yeah, okay, so we've got the 5 different biomes, and then we've got their strength and their height. So if we determine a point, we're looking at terrain resolution of 256, right? We should go ahead and use that variable. Local position is going to be in meters. So we want to divide that by 4. Let's just say int local x equals local position dot x divided by 4, and we'll go ahead and we can round that, I suppose. And we want to do the same thing for our z. Grab the z. Now we've got a local x and a local z. This is just because the splat map is only 256 steps across 1,024 meters, so it's 1/4 the size. We're trying to find the splat map position, and now that we've got that, it's called terrain biome map that we're working for, and we're going to do for int I equals 0, I equals less than 5 possible biomes, I plus plus. We're going to loop through the biomes, terrain biome map I, and what we're trying to do is find, let's see, int winner equals 0, float top strength equals 0, and if terrain biome map dot x, hold on, get terrain biome map. This is a vector2 array. An array of jagged vector2s. Okay. So we need to go use our local x and our local z, and this will give us a vector2 whose x is, I believe, the strength, and z is the height. So we're looking at the x. If the x is greater than our top strength currently, that means we found something stronger. So top strength equals, and honestly, we should just float temp strength equals this, so we're not calling it a bunch of times, even if it's only 2. Temp strength is greater than top strength equals temp strength, and winner equals I. So we're going to go through the biome map. We're going to go through each biome using the I loop. We're only going to look at our current position, and we're trying to find the top strength biome. When we find it, we mark him as the winner. And then we're just going to do a switch winner, and I don't quite remember the order that this goes in, but we can see it up here somewhere. Ocean, Badlands, Grass, Mountain, Swamp. So we can just copy that. Get biome enum from int. Just like this, but we're going to do a switch winner. In the event of 0, we're at ocean, 1, etc. So one of those is going to get returned based on the world position that we feed it. We should probably add in some error checks just in case. If local position, well, you know what? Yeah, because we could break these arrays if we go too far out. If local position dot x equals greater than 1024, or local position dot x equals less than 0, or local position dot z is greater than 1024, or local position dot z equals less than 0. Let's go ahead and throw a warning. Bad position sent to procedural terrain dot get biome, and we're going to return a null value. So that now will let us easily and quickly find a biome based on our position. So let's give that somewhere to show up. Take a sip of coffee. Good kitties. We're going to open up the main UI prefab. I'm going to hide the loading UI screen, which is on by default. And I think we're going to put it down here. So this is our distance meter on our overlay. Did I ever change the crosshair? That was something people wanted me to do. I did not. We've got version, FPS, temperature, hydration, level panel. There we go. Let's just copy that. Move it up. What's the biggest mountain? Let's see if mountain can fit in there. We're going to call this biome panel. And this is the biome text. And what if it says mountain? Yeah, that fits. The panel could also go with changing color, I think would be nice. The main UI is probably the most disgusting script in the entire solution. Let's put it somewhere else. Just because, no really, the main UI is just cluttered as crap. How about something like player environment. This isn't too bad. And he does have an update running. If the client is null or we're not server, we're gonna go away. So I don't want that. Client is null, that means we haven't been set up yet. Let's do if client equals null up here. And let's leave this stuff down to itself. And when it starts up, we want to grab an image known as the biome panel. We also want to grab a text known as the biome text. We're going to do that like so. This is even closer. Biome panel equals main UI transform overlay biome. I believe it was called straight up biome panel in the overlay. Very good. Get image. Biome text is going to be biome panel.transform.find biome.get component text. Now that we've got those saved up, we can use them in update. We probably don't really want to do that. Sure. Yeah, I'll run around a bit so we can test this out. Just a minute here. Just don't make fun of my bad animations. I'm a terrible animator. So let's say if you know, something like time.frame count modulo 15 is equal to 0. That means that this will only happen every 15th frame. I might have to look into those. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Legendary Shark. Harvesting. Animations. There is just a ton of stuff on the asset store, though. You are correct. I do not have any doubts that I've missed a lot of stuff. They've sure made it more difficult to navigate. This is what I'm using right now, RPG mechanism stuff. And Mega Animations Pack. I mean, I've got animations that I got from some kind of mining. Yeah, oh yeah, no, I've got the crafting mechanism animation pack. There's tons in there. This one. Villager animations. Let me just look at his stuff. I don't even like my combat animations very much, to be honest. Standing, walking, carrying, chopping down. Oh, was that a chopping side? Yeah, that's pretty good animation. towing. Water bucket. Include second character and IK helper tool. Because yeah, this is a real problem right now. 28 bucks too, that's a pretty good price. I might check that out. Unity is impossible at... Oh, it remembered me. Wow, it did remember me. I was just going to say it. Just never, ever remembers me. Alright, I wrote that down. Let's see if he's got a combat. Throwing, dance, archer, melee, warrior. Oh, and he's even got a free one. Melee, warrior, animations, that's the free pack. Kobold. Yeah, those aren't bad. It's kind of the, what I really don't like about mine right now is the walking animations. Like when they've got the swords out and they're walking, they do this like, looks like they're constipated sort of thing. Kevin, what's his name? What you said? Kobold. Oh, this guy, yeah, he's got a number 2, doesn't he? Sword anim. Sword and shield. Survival anim set. Wonder what that is. Yeah, that's a cool looking idol. Slash. Same thing. Under slash. Get hit. So we're not really that style, but still the animations can look cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. What's this guy doing? Is he drunk? He's sick. He's dead. What is this? Sword. One-handed. These look like they're motion captured. There's quality. But maybe not quite what we're looking for. Anyway, every 15th frame, let's go ahead and chunk manager, no, let's say player script controller, client managers, terrain manager, procedural watcher dot get procedural terrain. Based on my XZ, so let's do global method get section, current section XZ based on my transform position. That's going to convert it into a world position for me. This is an int 2. We'll call it terrain XZ equals, and then I want to do terrain XZ.x, terrain XZ.z, which is actually a y in this case. And that's going to give me a procedural terrain we'll just call PT. And now we want to do pt dot get biome at, once again, transform dot position. Yeah. Yeah. Should be good. Yeah. And that's going to return us Solace Crafting dot biome equals get biome. We need to label that something biome, and now we're going to do biome text dot text equals biome dot toString, and I want to color the panel just a little bit. Switch biome. Case, let's do a default for ocean. Case 1, I don't remember what you are. We were just looking at those. Let's bring them back up. Here we've got ocean, so I want to set biome panel dot color equals new color, let's say RGB. What's a good I'm bad at picking colors out of a swatch. Let's open up Unity. I can probably do that in Paint too, can I? Paint loads up a lot faster. Is that gonna let me pick an RGB? Not really. So we want and we want this to be dark because we're doing white text. So let's do something like this. 53, 57. Let's just go, how about 50, 50, 130. 50. This is, wait. Can I get those in? That's gonna be new color 32. Whatever, that works. 50, 50, 130. It'll convert that for me. Right? No? You don't want to do that? Can I say 2 color? No? Doesn't want to do that? Alright, alright. What is 255 divided by 50? I mean 50 divided by 255. 0.19. So we'll just say 0.2. 0.2f, and then 130 divided by 255 is 0.5. That'll give us a nice blue background for ocean. And just gonna copy and paste that to all of them for now. And this is not a return. This is just something we're doing. Default, we're going to need breaks at the end of those. And do we need border convent? Yeah, we'll just go, let's say, switch biome. So yeah, we don't want to do default. We want to do case ocean. Case, and I just overwrote all those, but it doesn't matter. Case, we've got grass, and we also want to make sure client dot player manager mover is underground. I don't think so. It's manager client dot managers dot player manager. Underground, where is that? Come on. I think it is player mover. Player mover dot underground. No? Above ground? What is that? I want to make sure I'm not in caves. Oh no, it's world encounter now. Currently in world encounter. Make sure I'm not currently in a world encounter. And I think if I am, I'll do something else. So we'll wrap that in here. We'll create an else for that. In this case, we're doing Solace Crafting .biome dot what? Badlands. Here we've got mountain. Here we've got. Yeah, we'll have to make sure that it isn't looking at the terrain when we're in a cave. Once we got swamp. Now, the thing is, ocean, badland, grass, mountain, swamp. Snow is not actually considered a biome. It's just high elevation mountains. We'll worry about that later. So, say we want a grass color now. Let's do 50, 130, 50, which is going to be 0.2, 0.5, 0.2. And we want a Badlands color, which is going to be more like this. 120, 120, 100. Or should that be more orangey? That's starting to be more mountainy. Yeah, I want you to be more yellowy. 130, 130, 50. That'll make you 130, 130, 50. Mountains, on the other hand, are going to be more orangey. So we're going to do 130, 150. 0.5, 0.4, 0.2. 0.4, 0.2. And swamp, we already did greeny. I guess it'd be more like this, huh? Maybe a little darker. 30, 100, and oh, where did that go? That's not where we were. Something like this. 30, 120, 60. I don't know what those are. 30 was 0.2. No, 0.1. 50 was 0.2. 0.1. 120. 0.47. We'll go ahead and just do 0.5. And 60. 0.23. Just do 0.2. So that should give us colors there. Otherwise, for now, I'm just going to go biome text equals wing, wing, wing if we're in a cave, and set the biome panel dot color to be something like 0.2 f 0.2 f 0.2 f. And that should be all we need to do. This is already in here and working. Gracias, amigo. Yeah. Gotta sit up. And really I should check that with my camera. Oh, back already kind of hurts from sitting like that. I worked as like a cook for all of my 20s. I worked in a hotel doing advertising and design. Like I designed menus and pamphlets and wedding pamphlets and stuff like that for a big hotel. Did that for 3 years, where I met my wife. And then we moved here to Takasaki, where her family lives, and we're gonna go single player. I worked for 3 years doing computer-aided drafting at an aluminum foundry, which was actually really cool, because the hotel was what they'd call over here a black kigyo, black company, in that they were really old, just had really bad ethics, work. You know, I worked like 19-hour shifts sometimes, and it was just ugly. So we see here, look, we're in the grass biome. It notices that. Let's go somewhere. But the aluminum foundry that I worked for was had a lot of iOS standardization, and was just a really cool company. Took really good records of everything. So I learned a lot from them. Recognizes we're in the swamp, but had a hard time for a minute there. Because there's going to be instances where we're teleporting. We also want to do that. Let's say if client dot player mover dot, I think loading is one of them, or client dot player mover dot teleporting. I don't want you to do any of this. So let's just go ahead and add that up here. And client is not, and we're not teleporting. Want you to get the procedural terrain, and if the procedural terrain, if pt equals null, let's wrap this in not null. That should make us not have those errors. Taxi cab driver. I'm kind of scared of the public. Working as a chef. I actually worked as a live chef for like 6 or 7 years. So I'd be like at a counter, and people would sit in front of me and order food directly, and I'd also take orders from the floor, and I'd make stuff right there for while I talked with people. And yeah, you know, when you deal with like 50, 60 different people a day, every once in a while you get somebody that's just really weird. And I've had drug addicts that we've had to kick out, and, you know, alcoholics that start grabbing the waitresses, and it's an industry that never dies because people got to eat. There's always money to be made in food, but not always the most savory of customers. And that really doesn't mean... See, it switched to swamp. You know, whether it's an expensive place or not, sometimes it doesn't matter. Let's go to the desert. It's going to say Badlands. Maybe we should have it say desert. Badlands. Where else do we want to check? I want to check the mountains. Who knows? There we go, some mountains. Nice. Mountain works. Chop a tree. Hui. Mine some ore. I've got crazy strong tools, so everything's super easy. Pick up some leeks. There's a green tree. You were asking to look at some stuffed legendary shark. It's Solace Crafting. This is kind of the main point, is to go out and try to find rare materials. So this is an uncommon tree. So it'll add right here. Uncommon timber. And that'll work good for making a better bow or whatnot. If I stand here for a minute and look, I can probably spot some more. We're a ways out here. This is 60 kilometers away from the start. So there's another green one. But there would also be rare and whatnot. And there's a random cactus as we blend into the desert biome. So let's see where it crosses over. Still in mountain, still in mountain, still in mountain. Oh, no, it did. So it moved into Badlands there. Get off of me. I don't have any skills. Get away from me. I'm just going to leave. So the little biome tracker there is working. Yeah, it works a lot better at night to be looking around. And FYI, I have the grass turned off because we're just testing. We've also got fancy grass here that kind of bugs out sometimes, so we need to debug that someday here too. Anyway, I like to put new stuff above the fixes. Added a biome. Yumitan, what are you eating that Binir Bugro for? Huh? What are you doing? What are you doing? I hear you. Chewing on those bags. She's always biting on plastic bags. Stop eating plastic. Added a biome indicator to the main overlay. Alright. I think there were some bugs that I wrote down that we needed to look at. Linked container slot is only set when container UI is open and closed, thus clicking fill or empty the item details can lead to unexpected results. Yeah, my other three, they're sleeping there, don't. She's just my one biter. I do use Trello. I actually only use it for myself though. For the game we use a bug tracker on Bitbucket that is open to the public, and they are building up because I got stuck working on town storehouses, which should now work with the next patch. Pumpkins in patch 1.4 are all tier 0. I hear you biting on stuff. Knock it off. I gotta go chase her away. What are you doing? Who's biting on what? What are you biting on? And then they swallow that stuff and they get sick. Be puking up in an hour. Pumpkins in patch 0.14 are all tier 0. Pumpkins shouldn't be any different than other vegetables. Harvestable vegetable. I don't believe has anything on it anymore. Harvestable object is where I consolidated everything. Calculate tier. If is basic return. Did I accidentally set pumpkins to be basic, perhaps? Vegetables, pumpkin is basic. There you go. Pumpkins are not basic. I put all of these guys as basic. Well, how did that happen? So yeah, that would be all of these would be wrong. Cannot be rare, cannot be lucky, but they certainly shouldn't be basic. Thank you for posting the picture as well. Let's close this stuff we're not using anymore. Oh, time for my break. I don't like breaks. I'd like to keep working. And I need to log in. This is another one of those things. It knows it's me. It's just not even checking. You just click the login button, then it's like, oh, it's you. Like, yeah. Let's go back to here, and I have to do that again. I mean, it's not terrible to leave the non-bugs visible, but makes it easier. So I'm going to resolve that. All veggies fixed in 0. We're going to be releasing 0.7.0.15, is it now? We're working on 15, so let me write that down. Fixed veggies, all being stuck at tier 0. That doesn't sound right. Not generating as anything but tier 0. Right, the boggler, cat fights. Chitin is coming in as uncommon sometimes. And log on, it takes you away from the screen you were last on. What game you play during downtime? Lately I have been playing Stellaris. I just beat my first game over the weekend. There's no PvP in this game at all right now. You can't hurt other people. But Cyberpunk comes out tomorrow. Cyberpunk 2077. I'm pretty excited for that, gotta be honest. When auto run is on and the map window open, the frame drops about every 10 seconds from 62 frames per second. Yeah, I can't really deal with that right now. That's gonna be a day of work. I'm gonna take up one of these days. I know what that is. When crafting crate boxes, they cannot be stacked and use up a lot of inventory space. However, if I drop them and pick them up, they are stacked in the inventory, which I think is a lot better. Why not make them stackable after crafting as well? Yeah. They kind of have their purpose now, too. What do you guys think? Crates should be stackable? Yay or nay? I think that's acceptable. Believe they are marked as furniture still, by the way. Crate box, because these now have their use. They're not really a facility though. We'll leave them as furniture. I can just click here and do can be stacked. MP can't stack in the storehouse and could really be more storage per crate. You mean you can't place them on top of one another? That was kind of going to be my next question. You should be able to place furniture on top of furniture. So this will let them stack an inventory. I think that's fair. Let's go ahead and start up single player again and take a look at that. That's going to be under player building. I'm going to close some of this up. Procedural terrain, player solaces, town gather, town data, place furniture. No, just counts as place facility for both of them. And I believe, yeah, furniture position requirements is what we are talking about here. Item positioning requirements. Thought I teleported home. I believe that's a per item setting. I did make this inventory system. Placement. Building floor. Ground or floor. Yeah, we should improve that. Because I don't have any crates on me. Let's make some. Woodworking. Furniture. Crate. We'll make like 5, 6 of them. And now they are stackable. And we've got our storehouse right here, which I've already got 3 inside of. So yeah, you want to be able to do this. Yeah, that works. What are you is that not what you're talking about? So I can stack those up like that. And I could also drag this stack onto my menu. And no, that doesn't work. I'll make that work. In Ampli, it says terrain not found. Oh, really? Let me look at that then. 600. In multiplayer, it says collision ID, network object spawned. Collision ID. Collision network object equals spawn collision game object, and if it does not equal null, collision equals that. If collision does not equal null, blah blah blah. Test for steepness, no. Ground or building floor, normal, that's fine. Item well, check for tier, collision, game object layer equals terrain layer, cave layer, facility layer. Crate box is going to be, where's the actual, guy himself? He's marked as a facility. So let's just check out the warning. Start up the server. This guy hasn't compiled yet. Start up the client. Yeah, Path of Exile is a great game. I get into that once or twice a year. I have a hard time sticking to one game for too long. I am indeed in the ocean. I don't remember. doing that. Did I walk into that teleporter by accident? What happened there? I don't know what happened there. It's cool. I'll give it a try. We've got our stuff here. I can just pick one of these up and place it on top. No terrain found. Oh, this guy's not having fun. Yeah, we don't want the server doing that, do we? Let's see, if is server and application dot is batch mode. Let's encapsulate those. Lots of ifs to get that running. That's unfortunate. If we are the server and then we're in batch mode, we do not want to be checking for the terrain constantly. Anyway, player building, that's probably one of my fancy obstructed guys here. I'm not gonna find, what did it say? No terrain found. No terrain found. To attach boat to, no terrain found. Was this place facility? Okay, so now this is working. If collision equals null, collision ID does, if network object does not equal null, collision equals network object. Collision ID should be being passed as the crate that we're hitting. If collision equals null, yeah, that's not, we shouldn't be getting here. So let's look at debug.log collision ID. Collision ID. Because it should send the crate that we're hitting. And then use that as our collision. But it looks like it's not placing that properly. This gets called by here, place facility, transform collision. If collision equals building layer or facility layer, structure collision dot get component parent. If no collision ID equals structure ID, command place facility collision ID. So it actually should be passing the structure, get component and parent structure. However, I don't think that this guy knows. For example, here, he doesn't know that he's part. Yeah, so I can't do that. Client side. I use Vegetation Studio Pro, but I don't use it very much. I really only use it for grass. Because of my procedural nature. I can't bake anything, so it's actually very performance intensive to try and turn on new cell structures within the game. Goes up to somewhere around this times itself. the game engine play area is 324 million 324,000 kilometers squared. And that's just before you shift around to fix for floating point errors. The game world itself actually goes up to 1 million in each direction. So that's going to be 1 million times 2, which is, of course, 2 million times... So you've got 4 trillion, or we could say 4 billion square kilometers of game. And you can go beyond that. It's just that the math kind of starts to break down, because the monster hit points and stuff get ridiculous. So it makes it hard to use any of the vegetation engines, because they want you all to predefine an area and bake a cell structure so that they can climb through their octrees, you know, and get really quick math out of a specific area. But I can't do that anywhere because it's just too big. So I load in these small chunks of grass one at a time. But even then, it causes hiccups on people with slower computers. It's a bummer. And the dude that makes Vegetation Studio Pro, what's his name? His name's not coming to me right now. He's a great guy. What's his name? Anyway, he's really smart. And he's working on Leonard. He's working on a solution for my kind of stuff. The sort of more streaming vegetation. So looking forward to that. So again, in this event, we're hitting a facility and it's trying to find a structure above that, but we can't do that on the player side because structure, or the crate doesn't understand that it belongs to that structure. So we can do that. I'm going to just comment this out for now and change it to this, because that's fine for buildings. Otherwise, let's say else if, well, what happened there? Else if collision.gameObjectLayer is equal to global masks dot facility layer, which would be the crates. Just go ahead and collision ID, not collider, collision ID equals, what do we need? Is furniture different than facilities? Hello, hello. Interactable furniture script. I believe that does not inherit. So, we're gonna have to check for both furniture and facilities in that case. Let's do facility equals collision.gameObject.getComponent in parent facility fac, and if facility is equal to if it's not null, the collision ID once again is equal to the facility.net ID. Failing that, else if, otherwise I'm going to try and do a furniture. Furn equals collision.gameObject.getComponent in parent because sometimes the colliders are children. We're going to do furniture. And then if furniture does not equal null, collision ID is equal to furniture.netID. And then it's going to pass that collision ID to the server. If it's not 0, we're going to go ahead and pick it up. We're now going to have a collision. So this ground check is not going to be called anymore. Not a well, not a resource scanner. We are a bit of furniture. We're going to grab the prefab. If the collision.object game layer equals facility layer as it does, set parent collision.parent. So it's going to go for the structure. Parent ID equals collision.parent.game object. Get component network ID net ID. What are we using that for? Set it up. I don't believe we're using that anymore. That used to be a thing. It's not. Gonna get rid of that. And that doesn't cause any problems as expected. Facility layer. We're gonna go straight for the parent. The assumption being, if we've grabbed any sort of a facility, we can go straight to the parent because we're either going to be adding it to the structure or we're going to be adding it to the miscellaneous parent on a terrain. In either case, are we storing the data properly? And I've been working on, let's double check if that's working properly now. If structure equals null, okay, so we do want to get a structure set up if this is the case. If it's facility layer, try to get a structure, because there might be one. And if structure does not equal null, it's the same thing. Go transform set parent. In either case. Yeah, I guess we don't need that, but we do want to store the structure because in this case we're going to use the structure to make sure that it gets added properly to the structure itself. Failing that, it's going to be added as a miscellaneous, like ground torches, etc. So that should work. Let's give it a try. Predefined shall 4 crates be added to the empty storehouses. You mean you don't like putting down 10 boxes for 1,000 storage? Seems like a lot of storage to me. How many boxes are you trying to put down, Lucian? Did I just click play on the client? I did. That's not good. Start server up first. 4,300 storage. So you put down 43 boxes in one storehouse. So you're saying we need a large crate. There's no shortage of crate models on the internet. People love their medieval barrels and crates and stuff. We've also got the other crates. Why am I out in the ocean? I keep forgetting that. Let's try this anyway for now. Pick up, stacking, place. Worked as expected here. Getting warnings still from the environment update. Who is calling it? Is that Malcare? Is that the admin? I probably don't want to, if client equals no return, if not, if is server and is application mode for not that good. Also, so many ands here, jeez. And if, and is local player. Yeah, that'll fix that. I wanted to double check that this crate indeed made himself a child of this structure, and he did. So that's good. Let's go ahead and log out to make sure that that saved properly. No, I like that idea though. You know, have like a bigger crate that takes more resources to make. Maybe a little bit of metal for like some bands, but then that one offers 1,000 per storage, something like that. That's a good point. We could make rare crates and stuff hold more. It's kind of silly, but legendary crate somehow magically holds 1,000 items. That did save properly, so that's cool. These signs turning around backwards drives me nuts. What I really want to work on right now, though, let's be honest, that snow is pissing me off. If anybody hasn't given me a follow on Twitch, I would very much appreciate that. Getting real close to 50. Don't mention signs to me. I'm not gonna go there right now. It's so silly. They turn themselves around. Let's look at player environment. And I should probably if I drop them. Resolved. Crate boxes are now stackable and can be placed on top of one another in MP as well. And let's change that to in 0.7.0.14 was it, I believe? Keep forgetting. Nope, 15. Save. There's more bugs. Reposition doesn't work in 12. It should work now. Storehouse 5 days ago filled with crates and boxes cannot be repositioned. There's a tiny green cursor instead of it. This should be working now. Should be working as intended, including moving boxes, etc. You should be able to totally change the building, like add windows and everything, and it should reposition fine now, which is good moving forward, so we can actually make a reposition for normal structures and stuff like that as well, but not quite there yet. Should be working as intended, including moving boxes, etc. As of what, 0.7. That was 1.4. Trader Townsfolk. What is this? I interact with him. The only option was to upgrade, which I did. Still shows level 1. I have to look at that. Alright. There's some weird stuff in here. Water bucket problems. I added that myself. That's largely resolved. Minor problems under certain circumstances, and I'm talking to myself here, but you know, whatever. Still remain, but largely fixed in 0.7.0.3. What is this? Not sure if this is a bug or feature, but here is I can craft silk and thread, hardened lumber, wax, leather, and steel in all rarity levels from common to legendary. But I cannot increase or decrease these items in the transmogrifier. You can craft them in different rarities. You should not be able to. No, you should be able to. But you can't. I suppose that's true. It's not really a major bug there, Frank. It's, but you know, I know what you mean. Okay. Let's check that out. Is that under buildings or transmogrify station? Transmogrify. I believe that I upgraded this once somewhere. Refine inventory. Where does it check what the materials are? Something found, written die, something found, this found, in amount, rarity, blah, blah, blah. Current resource. If current resource. Cannot multiply, if not tier, if not rarity, if not. Cannot transmogrify multiple resources, common resources. If increasing, make sure the minimum is present. Make sure precious metals are not already at their max. If increase, redefine inventory. old item, new item, upgrade client data. This gets called on the server, I'm assuming from something like player crafting, player harvesting, command transmogrify, probably before we even get there, which is called from transmogrify UI, which is going to have a check. No? Where are we doing the check? Undisable, refresh, link, reset, button clicked, decrease, transmogrify. It's not doing any checks. It's just going straight to appreciate that, Lucian. Harvesting, transmogrify goes straight to here. We transmogrify. Where are we checking the actual resources, though? Something found. Rarity, okay. Current tier. Current resource. Something is found. Increasing. Copper, silver, gold, platinum. Return. Oh, I know what it is. It's just that you can't put stuff in, right? That's going to be because of the limitations under inventory slots. Where we have a check that is equipment compatible, is interactable compatible. If we are a transmogrifier, you're only allowed to add this kind of stuff in. Are we allowed to add rhinoceros horn to the transmogrifier? I don't remember that. Are they required? What's the recipes for that those use? Those are enchants, right? Item templates, enchant templates. Those are all in a database up here, huh? Crafting, enchant template generator. For example, let's just look for like horn, rhinoceros horn. But use recipe rarity equals false, right? There should never be a need for a rare recipe or rare rhinoceros horn, and they are set up to use tier but not rarity, so these should not, that's fine. Close. These should not be here. I'm just going to comment them out for now. But we do want to add these guys. There's only one each. In fact, there's no stone, so yeah, that's good. What do we got? Silk and thread. Right? What is that? Whatever. Waxed leather. We've got steel. And we've got hardened lumber. Am I missing anything? There's no stone version. Thread, leather, iron, and lumber. Yeah. So that should fix that. Fixed in 0.0.0.5. 15. I keep forgetting. Yeah, we're 15. Let's check this out. Start the server up. Start the client up. I don't know that I actually have a trader built anywhere. This place I don't, so I can go ahead and build one. I wonder if I have. I don't. I'm going to sneak some fancy cheat codes. I want some lumber. Pretty sure. Oh, I might have to upgrade 2 rank 1 harvesters. I've got a miner, I've got a logger. Yeah, that should be fine. So construct. Let's put him over here. What's that signpost doing there? I'll get rid of that. Place. I'm gonna pick that lamppost up, and I'm gonna put it down somewhere else. All right, Trader Beatrice. Wooden construction supplies. I probably don't have any of those either. I'm gonna cheat myself some of them. Let's go ahead and save right where we are once. Now I'm going to upgrade. Didn't get any errors. Let's look. This guy doesn't want to tell me. Still says rank 1, but if I open up... no. Doesn't tell me in the details, so there's no way to know. Let's just look at him on the server directly. Beatrice, you are a trader. You don't actually know what level you are, do you? Alright. Pretty sure you upgraded fine, but you didn't transfer your data properly. In any case, let's go ahead and save. And let's reconnect and see if it updates. We're interacting with a citizen. Excuse me. Not necessarily the town building itself. They're kind of one and the same. I forget. Who should we be checking? There is no sign on the trader. That's the forager. Still shows rank 1 out of 5. Okay. Let's look at where that synchronization is going on. We're done with you. We're done with you. Just bad spelling here. Doesn't matter. Just anyway, what are we doing? We're looking at town. Building UI. We're looking at the generic. Oh, trader actually has his own thing. Refresh, refresh, refresh. Spawn, spawn. No, we're not using that guy right now, I don't believe. Town building UI. Update. Link. Close open windows. Button clicked, upgrades, refresh upgrades. So it's going to be its own window, perhaps. Refresh up and storehouse, gather, else, clear buttons. Load the upgrades, load upgrade group, load button, load recipe button, upgrade clicked. Here we go. If button is upgrade building, we're going to have to send that through town building so we can get a command onto the server. Believe that the server is properly ranking them up. We don't do this anymore. Upgrade town. It's not how this works. So I'm going to get rid of that. And that's all non-physical data, so we don't have to actually call something to make sure that it's updating. But here we're doing add local message, town building upgraded. Did that player interface add local message? Town building upgraded. I forget if that called. We'll have to watch for that. We are passing this through ourselves. We're then requesting town building data for this Solace and this town building. But it's not doing it here because of that. There you go. Producer, harvester, crafter, else. Not everybody is a producer, a harvester, or a crafter. I don't like all these for each statements. For int I equals 0, I equals less than solace.town buildings. What is it just called? Buildings. Let's go look at that. We've got producers, gatherers, crafters, and buildings. Storehouse doesn't rank up, so that's fine. Dot count I++. And again, those for eaches bother me, so I'm going to fix them. They're all over. I used to use them all the time. I don't like them now. Let's fix them all. For, what do we got? Int I equals 0, I equals less than template costs rank +1 dot count I++, and we want to do an ingredient ing equals, what are we at? Template dot costs That's kind of silly. Rank +1. I think I'd rather grab that first once. This is a dictionary. Int list ingredients. Dictionary int list ingredients. Also kind of silly, but what are you going to do? Ingredients equals this guy here. So now we're dealing with a dictionary. No, we're just dealing with the list. That's what the rank's for. List of ingredients equals that. As far as the ingredients counts go, we want to grab them one by one. If client player, we need a semicolon there. That fixes that. For, once again, spend resources. We've already grabbed the same ingredients there. We're doing the same thing here. And then we're just going to remove them all from there. For int I equals 0, I equals less than producers dot count I plus 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 town producer TP equals solace dot town dot producers I. Sure. No, you wanted the town producer holder, was it? Town producer holder. Very good. Once again, for int I equals 0, I equals less than gatherers dot count plus plus town gatherer holder tgh equals solace dot town dot gatherers at I. And last but not least, int I equals 0, I equals less than crafters dot count I plus plus town crafter holder tch equals solace dot town dot crafters at position I, yada yada yada. Same thing down here. I think this is just town building holder tbh. Salad turned into a potato. Don't know what that means. What do I have in the fridge? I have something. Oh, I made some weird rice concoction last night. It was tasty. It was just weird. Equals solace.town.buildings at the I position. And assuming we've found what we are looking for, TBH building type equals town building, then the TBH building rank equals rank. And I think that this works properly. Are we refreshing? Request town building beta, if it's server, Solace number, blah blah blah, target send data, and hold up, let's look at this now. Command request town data, that's fine. Send town data parts, that's likewise fine. Producer, who uses this? What's going on here? So that's not how that works anymore. Null crafter, let's say generic. And we're not, yeah, we'll leave the storehouse alone. I have a big salad in the fridge that I should eat, but I don't have any salad dressing. I ran out of salad dressing. Maybe I'll do some olive oil and salt kind of thing. A little bit of mayo, maybe. A little bit of vinegar, maybe. I do have some really good ponzu. Town building type. Wish I had a pizza. I might run to 7-Eleven and get some coffee and a pizza or something. I've got that doctor's appointment today. I can't forget. 3:15. Town building type. If it's a crafter, we're going to make it a crafter. Otherwise, we're not going to do that. Otherwise, we're going to say it's generic. Because you're sending in a town building, and it knows that there's something there. Otherwise, it's generic, and we're going to send it through. And once we get it, if it's a crafter, if it's a producer, if it's a special, if it's a storehouse, else it's a town building. Very good. That's all fine and well. Old building rank equals town building rank, and then please tell the town building link. Good. Update. Alright, that should work. Remove town building, crafter, producer, storehouse. We're gonna need an else here. Else. For int I equals town.buildings.count. Buildings I, if it's the same, remove I equals -1, so break out of that. That's silly. Didn't you know that you can just do a break? I did not know that back in the day. Break. Break. And there's no reason to be going backwards through that, but whatever. Works just the same. Alright. Is there any more of this that's ignoring? No, that all looks good. Okay, that should fix that. Path of Exile. Have fun. Yeah, salt, pepper, oil and vinegar. It's a lot of daikon in the salad for fluff. Which is why a little flavor helps, but getting kind of hungry now. I haven't even finished my first cup of coffee. Extra cold by now. At least the sun came out. It was really cold this morning. Play, damn you. But yeah, I've been playing Stellaris. I played the jerk humans. I forget what they're called. There's the two different human races that you can choose. I played the jerks, and I murdered the entire galaxy until I was the only one left, and it said, you won. Now I'm trying to play. That worked just fine there. Let's go ahead and just quit to make sure that saves properly. I'm trying to play the good humans now. So both of my neighbors love me. My science is skyrocketing past everybody else. Pretty much everybody's already inferior to me. And I don't really know how things go from there. I'm just trying to be a nice guy. I guess either I'll get to the 500-year limit and it'll say, you won, because you're the strongest and best. Or I'll form a federation with everybody peacefully, with me as their leader kind of thing. I'm not really sure. It's only my third game of Stellaris. The first game, of course, was just a total mess. Had no idea what I was doing. Yeah, and I just started over after that. But that did work. Let's go ahead and save it. And we can resolve this. Fixed in 0.7.0.15. What else can we fix? List of issues. I forget what this is. Trader and other buildings do not respond. Unlock character movement. Not true anymore, if it ever was. Storehouse still does not accumulate basic. Fixed. Stock is harvesting water at tier of materials. That is resolved. Harvesting fruit trees. Response. Rare trees still harvest as white sometimes. This should be all resolved. 10, 0, weaker, 2 stores, and both haven't any sign. There was this broken old new storehouse that are deleted and repositioned, created a new storehouse, but without a sign. No stores 100%. This was from 1203, and I still possibly. Anyway, this should all be good. Should all be good now. 0.7.0.14, which is yesterday. Worst case, you need to click reposition on the storehouse so it sucks it up, then delete any remaining structures, any physical structures, then position the storehouse to your liking. Standing on a hatch ladder. Yeah, this... he sent me this save. How to approach... debugging this. Don't even know how to debug this. It's single player. Not going to load straight into it. Let's just go, and I actually fixed it by just moving the character forcefully. Single player Lenovo 312. He's building this giant ladder into space almost. Let's look, see if we've got some roadmap. What next? He's really fast. Nice. Got a lot of speed upgrades going, I guess. Set. Look at, oh man, he's got stuff enchanted really nice there. Run speed 160, run speed 160. Quality stuff here. So that does not improve your climb speed, and I'm afraid there is no climb animation. It's just an elevator. I do apologize for that. So we get up a ways here, and for some reason, I believe it even crashed Unity, which is not good. Gonna save here. Now let's go back to the main menu. And reload. Hopefully it doesn't just up and crash. Nope. Worked up here. Let's go a little higher. I was going to build teleportation pads a long time ago. For this specific use. Boy, that's a big ladder though. Remember in Minecraft we would build... How would you get up? Oh, you'd put a boat in a waterfall. That would skyrocket you upwards. And then to fall, you would just drop down into water. Used to have a lot of fun building weird stuff in Minecraft. Good lord, we are high up though. Let's give it another try. Save and quit. Save and return to main menu. It is cold up here. He's probably got his undies on though. Load it again. Loaded fine once more. I actually posted the bugs that it was making. I might have copied that to my desktop too. It was looked like it was getting in this weird cyclic sort of attempt at like network connection or something, which doesn't really make sense. Just because we're on a ladder. Almost all the way at the top. Save and return to main menu. I do have his original save still that I could re-implement that would break it. But if this doesn't break it, I'm just gonna move on. Yeah. Some real fluke problem that he ran into. What is this? Oh, that's the Solace beacon. Yeah, there you go. Nice crafting station up here. Looking out over the land. Definitely, definitely. It's just a bummer you gotta climb that ladder to get up here. Need some spiral staircases. You can just go tiptoe around with your bow. Like a fancy pants. I'm being silly, sorry. Let's get back to the bugs. Just gonna have to leave that as is. Likewise with you, we cleared you. Boats. Boats cannot be placed in multiplayer. The blueprint changes to green, but it cannot be placed into deep water. No error message. I can fix that. Everybody likes boats. I skipped my 10 o'clock break. Start the client up. I'm gonna get a drink real quick. Nice kitties. maybe. Get some sunshine. Nice kitties. Hey. Okay. Being good kitties. We need a boat. I've got some lumber. Woodworking, what is it? Facility. Small boat. Let's make 2. All the levels. And there's some water right over there. Oh, there's some nice little houses. It's cute. There's another little platform, somebody's. Looks like they've even got a Solace there. You only have to get 250 meters away to place another Solace. And they could have built a whole house there and locked the door and locked the Solace. If you want to get on and make your claim on the world, most people just kind of leave their stuff open and just lock their chests, which works fine too. There's chicken and a cabbage coming up on the water. Still in the grass biome, 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 and still in the grass biome. You sure about that? Wonder if that's updating properly. We added a bunch of ifs to that. Player environment, I believe that was. If we are server in batch mode, which we are not, which is good, we are the local player. That should be going, and we're not loading, and we're not teleporting. And we're not in a world encounter. No, but yeah, this can be grass. It's just the texture's changed because of the height. Does that with the height as well. So anyway, it's not gonna let me place. Turns green. Server function place boat called on client. Okay, that's a problem. Let's go ahead and save. Player building. Not currently open. That should be running. You should be fine. That was working as well. Player building. Place boat. That's a server command, so that's not okay. And we are just straight up, we are straight up calling that. It's not public, so these are the only 2 places we do it. We're calling this from the update. So yeah, that's just totally unacceptable. We'll get rid of that. We'll go like this. We'll do a void command place boat and figure out what we need here in a second. aim is all that we need. Transform aim. Transform? Why are we passing a transform? Building, oh, boat aim box dot transform. Okay, so no, that's not what we want. Well, that's what this guy's got. So let's do vector 3 world position. So I'm going to take the aim dot position. I'm going to convert that to a world position, because the client can shift, but the server does not. So we'll send it to the server as a world position, and he can use it just like that, because he's never not. Hold on. If this is single player, we do actually want to convert that back. So vector 3 aim local rotation we want as well, huh? Vector 3 position equals global methods convert world position to position, world position. We're going to then make use of that going down against the terrain to try and find which terrain to attach it to. We also want to pass float rotation, which means, hold on, command place boat world position, comma, and we want aim dot local, yeah, let's just get the Euler Y. Should be good. I didn't save that. Vector 3 world position equals, there we go. Now we're sending that to the server if we add a command tag here. We're going to find the terrain that we want. We're going to get the boat. We're going to put it at the position. I'm going to set the Eulers to be a new vector 3 of 0, rotation 0. Friends are talking about something. Let's see what. Probably about soccer or something again. Oh, no. Some new fantasy board. Oh, Dune, the tabletop. Wow, that looks pretty cool. I don't know at all what that involves, but it looks neat. Pre-orders start December 10th. The canned scenario was too railroaded, but you could probably write some cool stuff yourself, they said. We're all D&D geeks, so they like that stuff. Other than that, this should all... Player script, what's going on here? Procedural algebra, that's fine. Chunk manager, that's fine. Good, and then in boat mode we don't want to do on the server. I'm just going to do it right here. No terrain found to attach boat to. Potential for errors, huh? In boat mode. If we don't find a terrain, why would that happen? Can't imagine why that would happen. In any case, let's just go ahead and add a target RPC. Just add a couple of them, I guess. Void target boat failure. And this needs a network connection. And we'll do another one, and we'll just say target boat success. In the event of success, we're just going to end boat mode. In the event of failure, I'm just going to, debug log error. And I'll go ahead and do that on the server too. Which is right here. And we're only going to send that if not is server. Wait. If not player building, this is a command. We're definitely the server. If not is local player, then I want you to target boat failure. So I'm gonna connection to client. In this case, let's go ahead and do this too, because, why not? If this is not the local player, I want you to target boat success, connection to client. That will just end it. Otherwise, you can just go ahead and end boat mode. That should fix that. Let's give it a try. That doesn't still say server, does it? No? Good. Start the server up. Give it a slight head start. Start the client up. Cannot be placed here, but can be placed here. And I just want to double check that this is rightfully doing so on the server as expected. No? Or are you just... not drawing yourself for me? Yeah, you're there, you're just not letting me see you because you think that I don't care, but I do. I do care. Now the question is, can I get in it? No, I can't. There's no animator attached to admin. Okay, so it's trying to get into it on the server, which is silly and incorrect. So let's pause and let's close and then stop, and let's see how that works. I believe player input we'll be attempting that. I opened up harvesting by accident. If we find ourselves trying to interact with a boat, command interact with, that's just our virtual void. So we want to go look at the, is it, I think it's under buildings, interactable, no? Or is it a mountable? Mountable, LMNO, crafting, interactable boat, encounters enemies, farming locals, items, mountable, there we are. This is an interactable. Override, interact with. Okay, so yeah, we don't want to just assume that we are working with this. We want to grab the client, player client, client equals null for now, and then let's go to for int I equals 0. I should really write a method for this. I equals less than player script controller dot client managers dot client data manager dot clients. This is definitely going to be called on the server. Might as well add a server tag there, but we don't have any concept of that because we're not a network behavior. Even as an interactable, no, we are. We just don't have mirror listed up here. Using mirror, interact with, let's make sure that this is being called on the server. Player client, client equals null. We're going to go through the clients dot count, I++, and we want to find if. Let's grab, actually that's got, that's a dictionary, isn't it? Yeah. So we don't need to do that. If, player script control client dot managers dot client data manager dot clients dot contains key ID, then our client is equal to that guy. Very good. Now if we still have a null client, we're just going to return if mounted, unmount, return. Yeah, all of this is just not okay. Interact cooldown. Is that you? That's not your own thing. No. Interact cooldown mounted. Yeah, if interact cooldown is greater than 0, return. If mounted, unmount. We'll get to that. Yeah, that's a different thing. Probably have to add some logic there. So now we are not doing this. We're doing the current client. And most of that's still not just going to automatically work that way. Probably going to want to move this to something like, this is tricky because I'm actually going to be giving control of the boat to the client for the first time. Never done that with other objects in the game. We need to let them drive it though. So let's go ahead and look at player mover. There's already a lot of stuff in here. Maybe we should make something new, like player probably gonna want to add horses someday in the distant future. I would like to put some music on, but I don't want to get arrested. You know what I mean. C# mono behavior player mounts. Yeah, that's fair, I think. A little more involved process than I was originally hoping to be getting into right now, but using mirror, we're going to make this a network behavior. I don't want to use any of that particularly. Player mounts. Let's go to player client. Which is under multiplayer. Public player mounts. Player mounts. Whoops. Let's just look at where we grab all of that. Player mounts equals get component player mounts. Very good. If this is the local player, I don't think I have anything to set up. We'll see if we need to later. Initialize UI, don't need to do any of that, I don't believe, at the moment anyway. So, we want to have things like public void mount. And I'm going to have this be like a uint net ID. Let's just call it ID. And we're going to have something like client equals no return, client.playerMounts.mount. This guy already knows his net ID. Just going to send that straight to him. And all of this is then going to be played out here, public target mount, like so. Probably going to want to keep reference to the client. We can do that in void start. Client equals get component player client, because this is going to be right on him. Now then, you're going to need a network connection called con, and you're going to be a target RPC, and mount is going to be a server-side call that's just going to say target mount, public void target mount. Same ID is fine. We need to do the connection to client jazz. Now we're going to find client scene dot spawned objects contains key ID. If it does not contain, I'm going to debug log error, mount not found on client side, and return. So we now can assume that there is And this is just going to give me what? The network identity. I'm going to go straight for mountable. Mountable. Then again, like I say, we want this all to just be on the server. But no, yeah, we'll go ahead and say mountable. Mountable equals client scene dot spawnable objects at that ID. That should give us the spawned boat. Dot get component mountable. Client player mover currently writing, which is a mountable, equals mountable. Client player client dot player. Oh, you mean transform dot position equals That's one of these guys, isn't it? Player position. All right. Public transform position equals mountable dot player position dot position. Transform dot Euler angles equals mountable dot transform dot Euler angles dot y plus 90 0 0. It's fine. Player mover rigid body. I think I better open that up and look at that. Player mover. I think he might have had some mount stuff of his own. Position update, entering world. No, he does not. So that's fine. We are mounting the boat. We're setting our mass to 0, our velocity to 0. We're kinetic. Our capsule collider is now false. Playing the mount animation. Very good. Now, we have interacted with the mountable on the server side and have told the client to mount it. Set mounted as true. In update, so we need to move this to mount. If is server and this is mountable ladder, do the train check. Train check's probably already checking if he's server. No. That's what moves it across terrains as you move through the water. If set mounted, I'm not sure entirely why I need to do that, but set mounted equals true, that's fine. If transform position dot y equals less than 0, destroy game object. Let's do network server dot destroy game object. And then this stuff we want to move to the player. Now the problem is problem is the player client doesn't actually have control over the boat because it's a server object. We're not allowed to enact movement onto it. And furthermore, if we try to pass commands to the server to tell the server to move it for us, it'll move, but the player client with their 150 ping sometimes, is gonna get that jumping glitchy stuff where they're constantly trying to catch up to where the boat currently is. There's some assets built specifically for that called like Smooth Sync that I do not currently make use of. I think for this case, what we really want to do is something that I've actually never done before. And on the mountable server side, when we tell the player to mount, again, this is server side, I'm going to there's no way that doesn't pass, right? We're calling it from the object using its own net ID, so that's fine. Should totally work. I'm going to in this case, I'm actually going to pass the mountable. Mountable. Here I'm just going to say mountable.netid. Now, there's something where I can set authority. I don't know how to do that actually. Local player authority value on the network identity determines how authority is determined. For most object authorities held by the server host, for objects with local player host authorities held by the client of the player. Distributed. Probably have to do something like network server dot authority. Is there anything spawn with client authority? Or let's see. How about mountable.networkIdentity.authority. Assign client authority to a connection. Alright? Assign client authority, connection to client. We'll see if that works. Target mount, connection client, mount ID, client scene, spawnable objects. Mountable mount, client player animation mount. Now, we are mounted. Let's add a bool for that. Bool. Actually, let's store the mountable himself. Mounted equals null. And let's just go ahead and say mounted. And were you using that anywhere? Currently writing. Oh, player mover currently writing, yada yada. Currently writing. Player mover currently writing. How widely is this used? It is used a little bit. Recall currently writing dot unmount. Currently writing dot unmount server teleport. That's server side. That's local. This is also server. That's good. This is just going to disable the camera. That's also server side. Stuck. We're probably going to want to move that to be a server command, but we're not going to do that right now. So currently writing equals mounted. Is that acceptable? You're an actual mountable? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Once again, mounted dot player position, mounted dot transform, etc., etc. If mounted does not equal null, player position dot position. This is the mounted player position dot position. That's the change. Player position again, mounted here. If we get key down to unmount, we need to move that set movement. Yeah, we're gonna have to move, I believe, all of this if interact with unmount. We can leave this guy behind. But the rest of this, we want to come back here. Public void unmount. The player is now in control, so is allowed to do that. If key bindings get key down, interact, unmount. And we want to go ahead and just do client for all of this once again. Currently writing equals null, set the mask, kinematic is false, cap collider true. And we want to set this guy to mounted equals null as well. And we want to send a command to the server. Void command unmounting, or let's say unmounted. And we're going to do that before we stop this. We're going to do command unmounted, and I want to send mounted.net ID. So I'm going to pass the ID of my boat back to the server, who is then going to say network server dot. No, that wasn't it. Let's say, yeah, we can just go straight to the network identity. I do want to call the mounted though, don't I? All right, mountable equals client scene dot spawn objects dot ID dot get component mountable, and we want to grab his, stop saying mount, where is that? Oh, that's my void mount. Yeah, okay. Mountable dot net ID entity dot authority. What were those? Remove client authority. Deprecated. Use remove client authority instead. What? Use network identity. Obsolete. Use network identity, remove client authority. That's what I'm doing. So this one's obsolete. This one works fine. Alright. Authority can be removed for player objects. Cannot be removed for player objects. Very good. Mountable, and then we want to call to the mountable himself unmount, which is going to set mounted to false. That's fine. Fixed update. Mounted, and if removal no return. Is mounted. Set movement. This is is there something like authority? I don't think so. So this is what we set from player mounts, I believe. And here in fixed update, we're going to be doing this. And the client, or the server, isn't going to know about this. So we're not going to be passing these numbers to the server. We're going to be passing these numbers locally, which is fine. Virtual void start, that all is going to happen on everybody. What is going to happen on the server is this here. Let's go ahead and move this up here as well. If is server set mounted, blah blah blah, interactable, cooldown, interact with, pass it over to the player, is mounted. Who cares? Who's using this? What is that about? Why would anybody care about that? Find all references. That stuff. Is mounted. We'll try that in a minute. Set movement, terrain check. This is server only, which we've already double checked. So now in update, currently we're calling set movement from where? Custom character controller. Interesting. If currently writing does not equal null. Client player mover currently writing set movement. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Set movement. Movement Z, movement X. Very good. Did we have some errors here? What's going on? If movement X does not equal 0, that's going to be on the mountable. Fixed update, I believe. No, we leave that in update, huh? And again, these are not going to change server side because we're not passing the data, so only the client side boat is actually, we're going to know about this. And the only other question I have is whether the network transform is smart enough to sync the movement upwards. But that's basically what a player object does. So it makes sense that it would. So let's just give it a try. I'm going to start the server up. Get the client starting. Yeah, 5 minutes to lunch. What to do, what to do. Kind of want to go buy like a pizza or something. Do have some leftovers. Don't have any ham. Need to go shopping, really. Haven't placed the boat yet. Gonna place it now. Gonna try and get in it. And that didn't work. Null reference. Mountable 92. Client. Player mounts. All right. I didn't even... Definitely need to add to the player object our new player mounts script. And I'd like to move him up and up and up and sure, why not? Start the server. Start the client. And if this just works like a charm, it'll be a miracle. It won't be a miracle. It's just coding. You do it right, it works. You mess up, you fix it. It's not a big deal. As long as you keep at it. Placing a boat. Whoops. Did I just place like 3 at once? And it did not remove from my inventory. That was weird. Did it do that on the server? Misks. Yeah, there's now 3 boats for some reason. We'll get there. I would like to get into this. Mount not found on client side. Okay, hold the horses. Small boat. I don't know what you guys are. Oh, that's the wrong one. Wait. Let me look at these. These are all spawned, right? They're all spawned. Client has authority. I was given authority. Interesting. The mount, however, was not found on my side during call target mount. Player, mount. Player mount, 90, what was it? Call target mount. Target mount. Mount not found on client side. Passing the ID. Connection ID. Mountable.net ID. ID. Clear. We better add what that ID is. And just give that one last try before we sign off here. Definitely gonna have to fix rapid fire boat placement, but that's just gonna be adding a little cooldown, not a problem. It looked like it did not remove it from my inventory either, which is also a problem, but again, not a big deal. It's probably just not updating it as we place it, because this wasn't built for multiplayer in the past. There's the 12 o'clock bells. Place just, what is this? Where did that come from? Do I already have, there's already a boat there? Is there already a boat there? 457. Mount not found on client side. Where am I? There's a boat here. His number is 457. Mount not found on client side. Interesting. What are you talking about? If the spawnable objects, this is a dictionary of the disabled network identity objects that could be spawned by messages from the server. Spawnable objects. That is not what I want. Spawned objects. I'm looking at the completely wrong thing here. That got moved to network server, was it? Network server dot spawned dot, I don't even remember where that stuff is anymore. So not client scene. Let's look at some of these interactables. Deal with that, I'm pretty sure. For example, building interactable door. Interact with door. Oh man, I just don't remember where that is. Client scene was where it used to be. Client scene dot spawnable objects. That's not right. Network server. No. It's network identity now. Network identity dot spawned. There we go. Network identity dot spawned contains ID if it does. We want to pull it out of there. Silly me. Did I do that anywhere else? Did I do that on the mountable at all? Fine, spawned. I don't think so. Alright, one last try here. Start the server. Start the client. What else do I have to do today? Gotta pay my credit card bill. Gotta go to the doctor's. So I think there's already a boat here. It's just waiting for me. Yep, there it is. I want to get in it. I'm in it. And I am controlling it. It's not going forward. My animations are a little bit messed up there. We'll fix that. We'll fix that. Dancing like a madman. On the server, yeah, it shows me in there. got the boat. Is client has authority? Yes. Player mount. Again, who sets mountable? Oh, can I look at his let me look at his mountable variables. Movement Z and X. Movement Z is 1. Movement X. Movement speed should be working fine, but he's not going forward. Despite fixed update, if rigid body equals null, return. Is he not aware of his rigid body? No, he is aware of his rigid body. It is not kinematic. It has a lot of mass. Add force. Movement Z. If mounted. Do we believe that we are mounted? We do not believe that we are mounted. That's our problem. Alright, well, we'll have to sort that out. He doesn't think he's mounted. Which is probably because the player mounts when we went to mounted. We didn't call it. Or when we did it here, server interact with, player client client set mounted equals true. In update if set mounted. But see that's not important for the server. It could be. But we want to call it on the player as well. Mounted dot is mounted equals true. Can I just mountable server interact with is mounted unmount client set movement mount set mounted equals true. It's not public, it's protected. Set mounted. Set movement. Just need to set that mounted somewhere. Set mounted equals false. We could just go straight to mounted if we're mounted. Don't think that that's important. But if we interact with it while we're mounted and we unmount, we want that stuff to happen. Player input. 10 minutes past noon already. Player mount, mounted, we've got the mount. Don't need those. Serve as a client too, it doesn't matter. We're only gonna do this when we're told to. Mounted.set mounted to true. Mounted.set mounted to false. I'm going to lose authority when I call this. Spawnable objects. See, there we are again. That's not network identity dot spawned ID get component blah, 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 blah. All right. Just for the heck of it, it's only my lunchtime. It's not a big deal. Going to give it one last check. Disregard the maniac dancing for now and believe that I can command a boat in multiplayer. What a feat, what a feat. Getting out of it might be another thing. But we'll see. Granting authority of the boat to the client. He's in the boat, he's turning it, and he's moving it. Nice. Now I just gotta get him. Let's see if I can get out. I did get out. Server function called on client, yada yada. You know, this and that. Stuff happens. Whoa, I wanted to look at those. I should have paused. So I'm going to look at these when I get back. But I need to go get some lunch. So I'm going to end the stream here. Thanks for those that were in chat today. And I got some follows. Getting close to 50. And I'll be back in an hour to finish the day again. I have a doctor's appointment today, so I'm only going to be able to stream till around 3 o'clock, but we'll see what we can do.